I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. 4 centuries have passed since those words were written. We have begun to penetrate infinite space, bounded in our little nutshell spacecraft. But we still have our bad dreams. I can sense them, coming across the midnight of space, and read the cryptic circuitry of their ship, decipher all the codes of fear in the hearts of its crew of 3. I wish I could tell them that all will be well, that the future, after all, is not so terrible. But that is not in my nature. They're very near now, the 3 in the ship. I know each name, each individual pain. Khan, Matlock, Kenzo. 3 are coming. Only 2 will leave. The bad dreams will always be with us. And now and again, dreams come true.
This is Kenzo Uji, Enigma Mission Log 9:12 AM, June 17th, 2019. I've just crash-landed Zeus 19 within 2 kilometers of Vita base. The base directional beacon was out of operation, and there was a demon of a dust storm raging. A fire broke out on landing, forcing Matlock, Karn, and myself into emergency evacuation.
Diane Matlock, Earth Control Bacteriological Division, 9:12 AM, June 17th, 2019. Beginning investigation of continuous radio silence from Mars Vita base. I attempted to enter Airlock 2, but the door was jammed from the inside. My air supply almost ran out before I made it into Airlock 3. No sign of a reception committee. No sign of anyone. We obeyed the secondary directive by coming in through separate airlocks. Stay alone, stay alive. That's what we were told, and that's what we've done. Investigating further.
Enigma Mission Log. Martin Khan, Earth Control Security Division, 9:12 AM, June 17, 2019. Prime Mission Directive to investigate cause of continuous communication silence from Vita base. I'm now inside Vita base. It's still silent. The mission ended almost before it began. Kenzo had to pilot the ship in by the seat of his pants. While the dust storm didn't help, we crash-landed close to the base. I think Kenzo made it all right into Airlock 2, but I don't know about Matlock. Haven't heard from either of them since we entered separate airlocks. In the middle of all the panic, we didn't forget the secondary directive. Stay alone, stay alive. Whatever the hell that means. I checked the airlock's EVA suit hatches. Plenty of suits, no air tanks. No way out. End report.
Wrapper from an old-maid country cottage candy bar. I could lick off what's left, but I'm not that kind of guy. My lucky silver bullet. I wonder if there are any Martian werewolves around. Khan in Airlock and Decontam 1 area. Can anyone hear me?
Hi there, hope Kenzo's alright. Kenzo, how's Trix?
I'm okay.
Okay, now let's find out why Vita base has been silent for 10 months. Be ready for anything. Matlock, Kenzo, let's get moving, people.
Yes, boss.
Okay, Karn. Heading into base.
Decontamination sequence completed.
I feel more contaminated now than I did before. So much for the decontam.
Door malfunction. Computer override required.
Hey, the decontam door is malfunctioning. Can't get into the goddamn base.
The decontam doors should have a general bypass on the computer. I'll try and get you out. It looks pretty fresh. It wasn't as fresh as it looked. I'm a long way from Tokyo. Tips for video games. Totally useless.
Decontamination sequence completed.
There was something wrong about that decontamination. Something very wrong. Is anyone around? Anyone alive? Or dead? If you're dead, don't answer. If anyone here was alive, would they have left a corpse lying in a corridor? It says Felici on his name badge. Standard issue microcorder. Probably for personal use only.
Antonio Felici, Base Director, Daylog, August 8, 2018. 11:56 p.m. I was walking down Broadway when I first heard them coming. There's a dead man hovering in front of me. I just walking by. I can still hear gunfire. Earth Control should never have shipped those weapons in. If anyone gets to hear this, tell Allenby I resigned. I handed the master key over to Judith. The crew trust her more than me. They think I'm in Allenby's pocket. Well, I guess I used to be. Yuri broadcast a message a few moments before system closed down. He said, stay alone, stay alive. Sure, but stay alive how long? An hour at most? The end will come soon. Main bulkheads are sealed, shuttle bay area obstructed. No way out. I'm heading back to my own room. Lock myself in. Sooner or later they'll come for me, and that'll be the finish. If anyone hears this, tell my wife I kept the faith. She'll know what that means. Some things are personal.
Well, call me a techno-zen hippie, and I've been called that before. But there's a dead man hovering in front of me in the Boulevard Saint-Michel. I can hear him speak, in my mind. So, we've got reanimation, telepathy, and levitation. Now I call that downright supernatural. An alien haunting.
Are you on something, Kenzo?
Orange tag required.
Okay, so tags open doors. The base director's girlfriend, perhaps?
Voice password required.
Antonio Felici.
Computer accessed.
It's Haraway. Listen, Alan. It's too late to evacuate. I don't know if you're receiving this. Communications are breaking up. He opened up that on your orders. It was a Pandora's box. All the evils of old Mars flew out. But Pandora found a solitary gift in the box. Hope. I doubt there's any hope on cold Mars. There are people clumping together. Time in the rock. You should designate Mars a quarantine planet, but I know you won't. If you send a manned craft, warn the crew. Stay alone. Stay alive. And for God...
Project Director Haraway's transmission terminated. All off-planet communications inoperative. Password extracted from final transmission. Password Pandora.
You're out of the box now, Karn, but Decontam 3 door won't respond. We'll have to find a way to unlock Decontam 3. A key marked MED. Med? Corridor after corridor, and not a living soul. Shadows and echoes. This is a haunted house on Mars. Park Lane is written in capitals. Could be a password.
The bulkhead sealed. Automatic security procedure during biohazard alert. bolt block 779 locking mechanism. Looks like the lock's been deliberately jammed from the inside. Martin Kahn here. Can anyone hear me? There's something waiting for us in this base. I can feel it. Something in the scent of the air, and a special kind of silence. What the hell stopped my watch? 48:64? 64 minutes past 48 o'clock? You gotta be kidding. This guy's got 3 bullets in him. What happened here? Group hysteria? By the decomposition of the bodies, they probably died around the time of the last transmission to Earth. Weird thing is, they're like human freezers. I can feel the cold coming right out of them. Weird how a passcode got into my watch. I've heard strange stories about the main computer in this base.
Of all the sights I've seen so far, this is the saddest yet.
This is the last testament of Dieter Mintz, born July the 2nd, 1991 in Heidelberg. About to die August the 8th, 2018 on Mars. If you kill yourself to escape damnation, isn't that justified? I think so. I hope so. I won't let them get to me. I won't let them turn me into one of them. They're battering at the door. No escape that way. The only way out is the rope hanging from the ceiling. I've made my peace with God. If anyone should hear this, I pray that you're not hearing it in this terrible place. If you are, pray hard. Something very, very old has returned. It's a disease, and it stinks. God be with you.
3 notes. Nothing of interest on them, but a sturdy paper clip can come in handy. A sturdy paper clip could come in handy, in the right hands. Mine may not be the right hands. And the star fell blazing from heaven, and fell upon a third part of the rivers, and upon the fountains of waters. And the name of the star is Wormwood. Wormwood is Chernobyl in Russian, but that's probably just one of those things. Someone sure let the wind out of you, didn't they? The washroom. It smells of something, and it isn't roses. The name badge reads Jameson. Some sort of vibrating toilet bowl brush. If it can clean the washroom toilets, it'll clean anything.
A paperclip bends all sorts of ways. A vibrating brush, but I wouldn't brush my teeth with it. Aha! I like it when a door opens. Neo-retro decor, a mishmash of styles from all over the place. The entire base was decorated in clashing designs, supposed to supply visual variety for the base members. Doesn't do anything for me. There's a way of opening this games chest. Just need to turn my hand to the right thing. Checkers game, magnetic. A dead man reading a book. I'd call that unusual. The Lords of Egypt. Why should a walking dead man be reading this, or any other book for that matter? There's a word underlined here. Kepri. Worth keeping in mind. A pop gun that fires one of those rubber sucker things? I'm gonna look real hard running around with a pop gun. I look pretty stupid holding this thing. I'll look even more stupid if I fire it. It's not just the base air that stinks. The whole mission stinks. Lambs to the slaughter. To hell with that. I'm no lamb. The Arboretum for terrestrial and Martian hybrid plant experiments. Hell, this man's cold as a Martian winter, and he's got his gun in a grip colder and tougher than steel. Electronic green tag marked 4. That's a dorm tag. Green tag should open a few other doors beside the right kind of dorm. So long, Philip Carter. Altar? Karakarak? A lot of mysteries here. I had a feeling you were going to get up. Looks like the dust storm died down out there. A piccolo gun, manufactured by Pianissimo Industries, lowest caliber in the solar system, used by old ladies to shoot mice. There's something in Recyc antechamber. It's big, it's mean, and you wouldn't want to share a beer with it, know what I'm saying?
Matthew Tierney, Daylog, August 8th, 2018, 11:33 p.m. While I'm registering the local Decontam 3 override, 2734, I might as well make a few observations. The Vita project has really messed up. Haraway and Felicio are well aware of it. There's nothing much they can do. Haraway was here in the Arboretum an hour ago, asking me if I wanted to be there when they open the thing up. No way. I came here with such high hopes. This Arboretum was supposed to be the first step in the terraforming of Mars. But no one gives a damn about that anymore. Well, what the hell? Maybe it's just me. I've been hearing things over the last year. The flora in here has become strange. At 1/3 of Earth's gravity, morphological change was expected. But what's happening is more than that. Last night I thought the leaves whispered to me. I keep thinking what lies underneath the soil. I didn't used to believe in ghosts. I do now.
I don't believe in ghosts, Matthew Tierney. At least, not until now. Door's padlocked. There must have been a serious case of paranoia around here. Strong padlock, but the chain's a little rusty.
Piccolo gun. It won't pack much of a punch. A remote control. Says baby bug on it. Fair enough. Your door should be opening now, Matlock. See you soon.
Matlock, it's pretty dangerous out here. I think you better lock yourself in a jar until this is all over.
Okay, Con. I'll lock myself in the toilet if you come out of the closet.
Big joke.
After months in space, that's the last one I've got. One contact lens, lost the other in the crash. I'd be better off without it. I'm too retro for my own good. A few friends back in London. Piccolo gun. What Khan would call a lady's weapon. I feel like a bug being sprayed by insecticide.
Decontamination sequence completed.
Mining access area, nicknamed Times Square. Air foul, light levels low. Short, with sharp teeth. I had a dog like that once. Some Vita base in joke, I suppose.
Yuri Andreevich, Biochemical Division, Airlock, August 8th, 2018, 9:45 a.m. I believe that today is the last day of my life. It all started with Operation Akarak. Akarak, what sort of name is that? But we heard it first in our dreams a year ago. An operation named after a voice in a dream. It abused Earth control, but it's different here on cold, silent Mars. Some dreams are bad. Some bad dreams come true. It's no good appealing to Earth. The whole planet is under the thumb of global corporations, hand in hand with the military. And behind them all, Earth control. They don't care about people, only profit. But what can I do? I haven't the security clearance to access the explosives. Well, I've prepared something. A little cocktail. Just enough to blow an airlock, maybe. With no damage to my fellow base members. Just enough, perhaps, to delay the project for a while.
You sound like a man with a volatile temperament, Yuri Andreevich. I make do with nicotine patches these days. It freezes my fingers just to touch this corpse. Why is it so ice cold? It says Yuri Andreevich on the name badge. He's wearing a hole where his heart should be. A bullet hole. Now we're getting somewhere. Biochemical and Associated Activities Research Laboratory, known to its friends as ChemLab. A Martian rock. Was it sent by vac tube or received? Does it matter either way? I think this is Sterile 1, one of the 2 sterilization chambers that protect against bacterial infection. No need to use the antibacterial sprays.
Andrew Muir, Chief Information Operator. Daylog, August 8th, 2018, 10:17 a.m. I wanted to go down below with the rest on the big day, but someone has to look after the information systems, so here I am, kicking my heels about the base. Takami's been a pain in the ass, still refusing me one of those guns that Earth Control shipped in. People are getting pretty twitchy around here. Things are quiet at the moment. About a dozen personnel remain at ground level. I'll stick with Mood. That computer has more personality than anyone on the base. Ober keeps hassling me about the common escape systems being unreliable in the event of major biohazard. Well, I've done my best with the hardware I've got in this godforsaken planet, okay? And I've rigged a special setup for Airlock too. That's a neat little piece of electronic artwork, if you ask me. If you want miracles, send for Kenjo Yuji. I'm just an ordinary genius, right? And what's so bad about my little arrangement, huh? Couldn't be simpler. Use the scarab on the door, then speak its name.
Use the scarab on the door, then speak its name. Must be the door out of Airlock 2. Looks like he's been dead a long time. The smell reminds me of raw sewage. I thought Kenzo had released all the decontaminant doors, so why is this one shut? There's a couple of loose screws on the panel. Maybe if I screwed the panel tighter.
Judith Haraway, Personal Audio Journal, October the 23rd, 2017. It's the first time I've used one of these things, but I can't talk to anyone else, so I'll talk to myself. I put on a happy face for the rest of the staff, although I doubt I've fooled anyone. Mood has been rather cryptic and ominous recently. I suspect she knows more about our discovery than she lets on. She's very reticent about the Thule file. All the trouble started the night after Breakthrough Day. That night, we all dreamed the same dream and awoke with the same word on our lips, Akarak. It's hard to recall that dream. Bewildering shapes, alien music, a snowstorm in an exotic jungle, a sense of colossal loneliness stretching over billions of years. Oh, it's impossible. Can't grasp it. Dreams are the slipperiest of fish. Ever since the start of Operation Akarak, something has invaded the base. It's a subtle invasion, slow, quiet and discreet. It's an atmosphere, a presence. There was a time I wasn't afraid of the night.
hydrochloric acid could do some serious damage. And I know exactly what I want to damage. I like the way you scream. Should be about 3 minutes air supply in this. A bicycle pump for one of those Ares Trailblaster bikes. Resite. Looks a mess. The same as my apartment. You leave the place alone and the dirt just builds up. Oily rag. I like oily rag. One time back in Iraq, I rigged up a nail gun to find nails. But that's another story.
Judith Haraway, Vita Project Director to Alan B, June the 18th, 2017. I made Planetfall this morning. Bultmann seemed pretty eager to be relieved as Project Director. He said a year on Mars is at least 11 months too long for anyone. Good job these one-year contracts don't last for a Martian year, all 687 days of it. Anyway, all's well, Alan B. End report. July the 2nd, 2017. Well, Allenby, it's happened. Breakthrough day. Just took weeks after I arrived. It's actually happened. I was at the mining site an hour ago when news of the discovery came up. And what news? Whatever hopes you had for the Vita project, we've surpassed them. Full information will be transmitted on a security alpha line within the hour. When you receive it, you'll not be able to believe what we've found here on Mars. But believe it, Allenby, believe it. End report.
There's a lot of dirt around here.
Air warning. Red alert status. 5 minutes remaining before human life unsustainable.
This filter's choked up with mud.
That'll get me in and out of mood antechamber.
A few months on Mars and already I'm fully acclimatized. I'm fitting in here just dandy. They put me in Arkham Dorm. The place names and card signs around here are a bit of a Vita-based joke, but it feels sort of weird in there. I always dreamt in color until I slept in Arkham Dorm. Now all my dreams are in black and white. Mr. Ober, he's a chief supervisor, one of the big three around here, along with Felici and Haraway. He gave up his quarters to Mayland and moved into Arkham with his lower grades. I guess the idea was to boost morale in the dorm. He's a great guy, Mr. Ober. In fact, I gave him one of the abstract paintings I composed yesterday. I did 2 paintings, each an exact duplicate of the other. It's a sort of common and human duality, and, you know, deep stuff like that. They started me off on dog maintenance. My job may not sound much, but it's important, and it'll lead to bigger things. I'm young, I'm going for it, and I've made a good start. I just know I'm gonna have a great time here on Mars.
Duct panel, tightly sealed. I don't like the sound of that heavy breathing in there. There's something in here, just within reach. A small toy buggy.
Warning, wall breach, room close to Martian atmospheric conditions. Leave now.
Groovy. Let's just hope the denser atmosphere of the base doesn't blow it right out of the hole and across the face of Mars. Mood, can you hear me?
I am a subunit of Mood, which is one of the highly advanced YX009 series of computers, possessing consciousness and a personality based on a living person. Mood is an infomesh computer, requiring a telepathic link with an expert infomesh operator for full interaction. Mood's artificial personality, extrapolated from that of a celebrated actress, is at present disengaged. To engage artificial personality, please use the Omniscan headset. Warning, those not experienced in the infomesh interaction will be unable to activate the headset and may suffer severe adverse symptoms.
Mood!
This is a recording. I'm not in at the moment, but if you care to leave a message, I promise I'll get back to you sometime before the end of the millennium.
Maybe you can stop pretending you're recording and we can get down to meshing. What about it, Mood?
Don't mesh with me, saucy boy. We haven't been formally introduced.
Then allow me to introduce myself informally. I'm Kenzo.
And I'm Mood, as you well know. Now, I hope you've not dropped in for an idle chat. I was sleeping when you called. I feel decidedly under par. If we absolutely have to chat, then give me a boost from that wonky power cord. Sweetie? I think I'll nod off again.
Mood, wake up!
There's nothing more to say. Now clear off and let me sleep.
That's the end of that.
You always set this up to raise the roof. Something happened in this base that pushed him over the edge. I'll need to walk carefully with this explosive mixture on me. Here's hoping. Close one. Power core. The air's warmer in here. It doesn't respond to my palm print. I've just had an unpleasant thought about a dead man's hand.
What am I doing? This is really horrible.
This is truly ghoulish, but I've got to get more power into the base.
Computer accessed.
Generator HUD. Converts heat to energy. One of the receptor panels is missing. That receptor panel will be enough to power up the base.
Mood, can you hear me?
Oh, God, now what? You know, I must get my beauty sleep or my neural networks will be absolutely shot to bits. I was just having the most delightful dream of 17 young sailors on pogo sticks, silent, upon a peak in Darien.
The symbolism escapes me. Anyway, power core has been restored. You should be wide awake. Is anything wrong?
Just a moment, let me see. Ah, yes. Several heat receptors are out of commission in power core, so you'll have to make do with 60% energy levels. Odd cheese.
Would you raise the bulkheads, please, Mood?
Oh, I don't know about that. I tell you what, we'll play a game. Give me the password, and I'll lift the bulkheads.
What password?
It's a matter of reading the signs. If you can't read them, get someone to do it for you.
Mood, the password is Park Lane.
Park Lane. Jolly good. Well done, Kenzo. But watch your step.
How much can you tell me about Earth control?
Everything. But I'm far too tired to be bothered.
This mission we're engaged in, the Enigma mission, do you know anything about it that we don't?
Not really. You're investigating 10 months of radio silence from Vita base. Mind you, Khan knows something you don't.
What does Karn know?
Ask Khan, but he won't tell you.
My full name is Kenzo Yuji. Have you heard of me?
What's this, fishing for compliments? You're Earth's most renowned techno-zen hippie, king of the info-meshers. It must be a great honor for you to mesh with the solar system's most magnificent computer. Do you wish me to get intimate and call you by your personal name of Kenzo?
Yes.
I think I'll stick to your family name of Uji. I never get intimate on the first date. At least, not before midnight, Kenzo.
Allenby.
What about Allenby?
What do you think of him?
Not much.
Oh. According to the mood files, you're linked to the entire PA system in the base. You're also hooked up to the PA in the necropolis.
Well, what of it?
That means I can talk to you anywhere.
Listen, I know what's going on everywhere, but I'm not inclined to indulge in chit-chat here, there, and all over the shop. If you want a bit of a chinwag, drop in and see me.
What can you tell me about Diane Matlock?
When she was a small child, back in 1996, she read the news headlines about the microfossils identified in that Martian meteorite. First proof of Martian life. Since then, she's devoted herself to finding living organisms on Mars.
Is Matlock one of Allenby's secret operatives? Anything shady about her?
She's not one of Allenby's people, and she's not shady. Mind you, nobody's perfect. Even you.
Can you tell me any more about Matlock?
She's not all she seems to be.
Were you aware that the Walking Dead are rambling about this place?
Ah, yes, the non-dead. Activated by a single strain of Martian bacteria. Spooky, aren't they?
How do we deal with them?
Shoot them, that's what I say. That'll keep them quiet for a while. Whatever you do, don't let them touch you with their hands. While they're up and about, their bodies are steeped in sub-zero temperatures. They'll freeze you on the spot. They've sucked in the cold soul of Mars, you see, an icy spirit. We're talking brass monkeys here, darling.
I feel like an ice statue when I get anywhere near them.
Well, you would.
What's special about Martian bacteria?
They've been encoded with living memories. The memory of the Korakorak is in their DNA.
Exactly who are the Korakorak?
The ancient Martians. Most are long dead, billions of years ago, when the planet's atmosphere boiled away. But a very few, are what you could call sleeping.
Has the spirit, the memory of the Korakorak possessed Vita base?
The spirit of the Korakorak has possessed the whole of Mars. Check the text files. Password, Geist.
How much do you know about Mars?
Absolutely everything.
Could you be a little more specific?
Mars is the god of war.
So?
I've told you all I feel like telling you.
Operation Akarak. What is that?
Akarak is the true name of Mars.
Cool.
Anyway, it's all on the text files in those rubbishy computers you can find close by. Text file password is field.
There's a standard computer voice. Female. Mid-Atlantic accent. Is she a subsystem of you?
How dare you suggest I have any association with that woman? Compared with that woman, I am as Queen Hatshepsut to a common doxy in a wayside inn. Please refrain from mentioning that woman to my face ever again. If you do, I warn you, I shall sulk.
Ah, a semi-real chamber. A simplified version of a room in my own home. Now I have a room with a view. At first glance, I'd say that diagrams of Vita base areas have been sketched on the rocks. A bulkhead. If you raise one, I think you raise them all. That's it. All bulkheads are up.
Someone likes doodling. The codes are in colour, but the access panel is in black and white and all the shades of grey. I'm thinking about a frame of reference. Why am I thinking about that? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I can squeeze into that.
The psionic link to the Penny Lane slide doors isn't too hot. I can't open either of them with the rod, but I may be able to close one of them. Big red ants symbolize large creatures, like the one Karn glimpsed in Recyc antechamber.
Warning. Acute bacterial infection identified in 3 human hosts. The human hosts must isolate themselves immediately. Warning. Acute bacterial infection identified in 3 human...
Yuck. I can't stand that wearisome little woman.
All 3 of us infected? Maybe I'd better talk to Mood.
etc., etc. Susan is dead. Ripped apart. Before communications failed, I got through to Nadja and Ashira. They're on their way. If they make it here safe, we've got a chance to escape. We'll need at least 2 of us to launch the craft. By the look of it, we'll have to use the manual override to open the bay, so long as Mood opens the override hatch. That means only 2 of us can escape. I wonder how we'll choose. Toss a coin. I can hear the rumble of bulkheads sealing all over the base. Ah, Shira's just made it here in time. I think you can hear Nadja coming in. And something else is coming. Oh God.
Nadja Kalinsky, geologist, Daylog, August 8th, 2018. 11:54 p.m. I've just arrived in the shuttle bay. The biohazard alarm is shrieking all over the base. Luke and Ishira and Susan got here before me, but something got to them fast. It made a terrible mess of them. The door has locked behind me. I can't get out, and no one can get in. As the shuttle requires a minimum 2-person crew, that means I'm stuck here unless someone makes it through the ducts. Now I think of it, the ducts will be closed in response to biohazard. All things considered, I'd sooner be in Minsk. Communication still not responding. Yuri was the last to transmit a message. Stay alone, stay alive. He must have been thinking of airborne infection from the necropolis. For the official record, I wish to add this observation. Vita base is haunted. I can hear some movement in the duct. I hope it's human.
Dillinger pistol. What a macho name. A standard type of arc welder. It's low on fuel.
A Mephistopheles arc welder. Fast, efficient, I like it. A Dillinger. Now there's a real American gun. It was some kind of overlock. I've cut right through it.
The writing on the wall.
Oh, then I see Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairies' midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little atomies athwart men's noses as they lie asleep. Queen Mab.
I recognize the quote, Romeo and Juliet, but who'd you think Queen Mab is?
More than Queen of Crows, I can tell you. She's bounded in a nutshell, but counts herself Queen of Infinite Space.
Do you live in the kitchen?
Where else would I live?
How you managing for food?
There's plenty of food cans, and plenty of meat.
There was a note in a vac tube on Sunset Boulevard. Was that from you?
Ah, Sunset Boulevard. I send all my mail to Sunset Boulevard.
I'll keep that in mind. The name says John Farr on your ID badge.
Yes, that's right. I'm John Farr. Dr. John Farr. Medical officer. Biolab something. No, that was in another country. And besides, the wench is dead. I'm Ben Gunn, alone on Trimorph Island. Pieces of white, pieces of white. X marks the spot to Captain Flint's chest. Ha ha!
I'm part of the Enigma mission.
Enigma? Total mystery to me. I saw your ship crash. Laughed my head off.
The base directional beacon was out. There was a mother of a dust storm, and the terrain around here ain't exactly flat. I'd say we were lucky to make it here in one piece. Hey, you knew we were coming. I wondered who's been putting keys and stuff in absurd places.
Yeah, that was me. It's all a part of your intellectual training. Puzzling things out. I got it from Martian Mayhem.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're a Martian Mayhem fan.
It's the only game in town.
What the hell is that?
It's my very own bacon slicer. Constructed by my own hands.
Why build your own bacon slicer?
To slice bacon.
There's no arguing with that. You ever talk to Mood?
Since she woke up, she's too busy shielding you three to chat with me. She's protecting you from Queen Mab. Every second of every hour.
We are in you and around you. We, the one of Akarak, solitary and myriad. We are in the rhythm of your blood and breath. Beat by beat, breath by breath, you come closer to our enfolding arms.
Those red tags round your neck. Could you spare me one?
One's for me, and one's for my true love. I won't say a thing until you bring me a pumice stone, so get lost.
Dillinger pistol. High caliber. The base members nicknamed the quarters after famous streets. I think this is Madison Avenue.
Gene Merrow, Daylog, August 8th, 2018, 6:37 a.m. The last batch of recruits to our merry band has just made planet fall. 2 exogeologists, a bacteriologist, and a mining engineer. That brings Vita Base up to its full complement of 58 members. We're right on schedule for the Vita project. Haraway gave the newcomers the usual pep talk. They listened with happy shining faces just like I did 3 months ago. They weren't told about the big secret we unearthed down below. When they do hear about it, and when they see it, they'll be looking over their shoulders come nightfall like the rest of us. Sometimes I think Mood is the only one who has a clue what's going on. 11:03 p.m. I've just finished a double shift down below. We're all getting pretty nervous. No one likes what's going on, but no one says anything. 3 months more and I'll be out of here. Roll on that day. I don't sleep at nights.
Hmm. I think it's a spectrometer. It analyzes the wavelengths of colors into numerical values. It's a kind of electronic tuning fork.
I won't say a thing until you bring me a pumice stone. I won't say a thing until you bring me a pumice stone.
A pumice stone? What use is that?
What use are you?
That music and the shape of that statue, they seem linked. A trail finder mini rover for unmanned exploration.
Unidentified psionic activity in base center on Geolab. High probability of severe damage to human psyche.
No name badge.
Deborah Trask, Daylog, Biolab, August 8th, 2018, 7:30 a.m. Research into vaccine for worst case scenario in progress. File Ares Contagion, password Triune. Microfossil bacteria remains semi-active. Some resemblance to terrestrial cyanobacteria, size ranging from 1 to 100 microns depending on oxygenation and exposure to UV. On Earth, these microbes would enlarge and multiply at a prodigious rate. They'd cover the planet in months. Further tests still show slight reaction to acid immersion, but the effect is temporary. Explanation of their survival over an estimated 4 billion years may lie in the peculiar tripartite configuration, involving forms approximating bacillus, coccus, and spirillum, combined in single semi-crystalline structures. The rocks still move as if there is psychic wind in the corridors and chambers. And they sing to me. Something tells me they're singing my requiem. Most of the crew will be going down to the necropolis soon. I'm staying right here. 11:42 p.m. Something's wrong in the necropolis. Haraway shouted on the intercom telling us not to go down there. As if I needed telling. 1:45. I looked into the microscope. I looked at the bacteria. And the bacteria looked back.
Mei-Ling, my new supervisor, Decontamination. To hell with all that. You're right, Angel. We should have disobeyed orders. Now we are dead for sure, or worse. It was 11:45 when they opened the regal tomb, and I saw what happened next. People running, people screaming, people changing. I remember your warning about contagion, so I stay clear of Airlock. Something tells me I've been infected, and I don't want to pass it on to you. I make straight for Geolab. It is empty. If the backdoor is working, I have get this message through to you. Geolab's deserted. No sign of any trouble here. Quarantine procedures seem to be in operation. Oh hell, I should have locked the mining side door with my talk. Just didn't think of it in all the panic. I go and look for it. Geolab's being breached. Something's moving through the vent. Something big. It's well found my faces, and they're all looking at me. I can't get out. I'll send this message through with a tech right now. Run like hell to the mining site and lock the door with you. Hope you and John survive all this. Good luck, Angel.
You're a remarkable woman, Mei-Ling. The extrusions of the lab animals failed not trimorphs.
Karn would love to have this. Cool.
Can't see much in there. It's full of shadows and sounds I can't put a name to. Gruesome. If I can get a sample of the original contagion source, I can superheat it in the thermalizer. Under an electron microscanner, any bacteria in our blood will show up larger than tadpoles in a pond. All I need are blood samples from each of us and a trimorph tissue sample. This has been adapted to separate blood types and simultaneously combine them with another substance.
It's February the 19th, 2018. We're still searching for Terence Whitaker's body. At least, we're going through the motions. It didn't take long to establish that the soil on the grave had been pushed aside from below. And those bare footprints circling the base, then veering off towards Olympus Mons. I try not to think about it. Poltergeist activity continuing.
Well, that's my blood sample done.
What you want from me, Matlock? Blood?
That's my blood sample if anyone wants it.
We must stop meeting like this.
There's a survivor in the base. Ben Gunn.
Yes, indeed. He's in a right-oed state, raving bonkers. His real name is John Farr, a medical doctor. If you play your cards right, he may be able to help you out.
He mentioned a name. Angel.
Yes, I know he did. My Omniscan tells me everything that's happening in the base, and below.
How much has been discovered so far about living organisms under the surface of Mars?
As for living organisms, they're all located 15 meters or more under the Martian surface below the permafrost.
What kind of organisms are they?
Well, there's a mystery.
And what mystery is that?
Find out for yourself.
What do you know about Martin Karn?
I know that he's one of your fellow members on the Enigma mission. Before his young son was killed, he was involved in covert operations for Earth control. It's reported that he killed 9 men. At the time, he was very close to Allenby. Now, officially, Khan has returned to his original vocation as a mining engineer. By the way, this is the first time he has volunteered for any mission. Curious, don't you think?
Could you tell me more about Karn?
Khan is not all he seems to be.
Do you believe in ghosts?
The real question is, do ghosts believe in you?
Have you any words of advice?
If you haven't worked it out already, stay well apart from each other, a distance of at least 10 meters.
We've been infected, all 3 of us.
Yes, I just couldn't bring myself to tell you. Very hard cheese. If you need more information, look in the text files in those dull little base computers. Password, Trident.
Have you ever played Martian Mayhem?
Don't be bloody stupid.
Now you go up?
I am infected with Coccus, Khan with Bacillus, and Kenzo with Spirillum. Ben Gunn's blood shows a looped combination of all three, each negating the other. In the trimorph, the three bacterial strains have merged into a new structure. Self-regenerating, self-replicating, deathless. It's almost on the backside, Kenzo. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Whew. You did it, Kenzo. You're a hero. A genius. Mind you, I'd never say that to your face. I saw her with Khan 3 years back. Her computer might tell me more.
June the 21st, 2018. I once blamed Martin for our son's death. I wish to God I hadn't. Martin got involved in dangerous business for Allenby, and our son got caught in the crossfire. Bad things happen, usually to the wrong people. Martin said he wants to come to Mars and hold me in his arms. Keep your feet on the earth, Martin.
Martin? Martin Khan? It couldn't be anyone else. Judith and Khan had a son together, and the boy died. No wonder Khan was so eager to come to Mars. He wanted to know if Judith had forgiven him, but when he saw the state of the base, he must have known what he'd find. Khan, I found Judith Haraway. I know you came expecting the worst, and I won't pretend the news is good. But at least she's not being used as a puppet by the bleak spirit in this place. She's quiet and still. I'm sorry. I really am.
Voice password required. Voice password required.
Martin, Judith.
Computer accessed.
August the 8th, 2018. We're opening the sarcophagus today. Nobody's celebrating. Some of the guns are missing from the storerooms. I knew that shipment of weapons would cause trouble. In the washroom a few minutes ago, I looked in the mirror and saw a figure standing behind me. The reflection at my back was the image of myself, Judith, standing behind Judith. She held out her arms and said, "Be with us." When I turned round, she was gone. The strange thing is, I took it all in my stride. It's a few minutes past midnight. We shifted the lid of the sarcophagus, and all the old evils of Mars stormed out of that stone tomb. Pandora's box is open, and there's no hope, or none that I can see. I watched people clumping together, 3 in 1, 3-fold beings, abominations. They tore into the rest of us, utter carnage. Some of the crew went mad, firing wildly. The bullets didn't stop the creatures, but they did a lot of damage to human beings. I've always hated guns. An hour's gone by now, and I'm still sitting here in my quarters, staring at the door. The base has gone very quiet. Maybe those creatures have become dormant. It seems as though I'm the only one left alive. Of course, there's the knocking on the door, and the voice asking for admittance. That's not the voice of a living man. passes. The dead are still knocking on the door, calling my name. I won't listen to them. I keep hearing only one voice, seeing one face. Yours, Martin. If you ever hear this, and I have a feeling you will, I just want to say that it wasn't your fault he died. I should never have walked out on you. Martin, I miss you. And as for that blue planet you walk on that is so precious to me right now, help keep it safe, Martin. There's a threat coming to Earth from its own cold regions. A threat codenamed Thule. Something's just come in. The door's securely locked, but I'd forgotten about the duct panel. I always wondered whether I'd face death with courage. Now I'm about to find out. All that's left to say is goodbye. Judith Haraway, signing off.
You look as though you're sleeping, Judith. Sweet dreams. Okay, people, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's find the thing that caused all this and blow it to hell. We owe it to the dead.
Simon Fowler, Geolab operative. Daylog, August 8th, 2018, 9:43 p.m. Haraway's left me in charge of the Kremlin while most of the crew were down in the necropolis in the final phase of Operation Airlock. I'm sitting here in solitary splendor, talking to myself. I'm not complaining. Those subterranean chambers give me the spooks. That's bloody freezing. Just a moment. Updated emergency hatch code coming in. 0756. 11:57 p.m. Haraway came in for the flare bolts a while ago, but she only took a couple of them. She couldn't find the flare gun. She told me to stay put. I'm not arguing. The alarm's been going the last 10 minutes. Red alert quarantine condition. Bulkhead sealed. Been screamed to turn my blood to red ice. And the other sounds. Louder. Unhuman. And the sounds are getting closer. But the Kremlin don't keep on charging mammoth. I'm safe in here. I'm safe. God in heaven. They're coming through the walls.
Personally, I prefer the wistful but charming evanescence of the post-impressionist.
Gremlin power switches. Dual-person operation. It'll take two to make these switches tango.
Karn's got the best aim.
There's a message here, sent months ago. It's for me. Okay, people. I've received a message from the underground, the resistance. With all we've been through together, I reckon it's time to come clean. Judith and me joined up with the underground 5 years back. I've been undermining Earth Control's operations from the inside. I don't know how much you've learned or guessed about the Thule program, but what I've seen up here confirms what a lot of people thought. Thule is a program of psionic warfare, and the experiences the Vita-based crew reported convinced Allenby that Mars was the source of an ancient psychic power. If that power were harnessed, it could be used as a weapon against potential enemies. Maybe you got the idea that Thule stood for some form of bacterial warfare, an alien bioweapon.
I knew it couldn't be bacterial warfare research. That would be a complete waste of time. Even at the end of the 20th century, there were enough bacteriological weapons in existence to wipe out the Earth 10 times over. Why look for more? But psychic warfare, the potential to control your enemy's minds, that's a prize Earth control would give the moon for, literally. But I'll tell you what, Carl, as of now, you can consider me the latest recruit to the underground, as Rodine-educated girls are all rebels anyway. What about you, Kenzo?
Okay.
I'm glad you're with me. Now let's try sticking the evils back in Pandora's box.
That can't be done, you know.
I know, but let's try.
The door panel just needed tightening, that's all. Cap 3.
Outer airlock door will open in 5 seconds.
Adios, Trimorph. The suit's a write-off.
Corridor nicknamed Inokashira Dori, named after a road in Tokyo. A cyan cell for a sayonara weapon. It packs a lot of power, but it won't last forever. Remains of animal tissue.
One drill shaft looks much the same as another to me. There's something lacking here. Erebus. Clear as day. A very, very dark day. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've got a lot of red flame pumping in my veins. I don't mind if this is a city of the dead, but if it's a city of the not-so-dead, I mind. chorus. This isn't the first time we've come across a musical theme.
Jonathan Darnley, Biolab Supervisor for my sins, which are many and mortal, in this Martian establishment in this year of our Lord 2018. It's August the 8th, so I'm reliably informed, keeping abreast of the Earth calendar with the outlandish 687-day Martian year is exceedingly tiresome. Whatever, it's 9:45 in the evening. Not that you can tell night from day in this blasted cavern. It was I who dubbed it the Cyclopean Chamber. Cyclopean ruins, bewildering alien architecture and all that. It's all too Lovecraftian. I hope any different from my own home in Chisholm. The arena site is very quiet at the moment. Everyone's at the far end in the regal tomb. Cranes all set up. Standing here in the Cyclopean Chamber, looking at the alien architecture raised before life crawled out of Earth's oceans, I get a feeling of terrible immensity. A quarter to midnight. I'll not survive to hear midnight's chimes. A bad dream has come true. For anyone who may find this recording, I proffer a single suggestion. What gave birth to rod, spiral, and oval can be turned against rod, spiral, and oval. As for the rest, silence.
Don't twist the chorus until it sings. generator's about to grind to a halt. That's a very thick cable. Amazing what you can do with a monkey wrench. I can't see the end of the cable. Intact palm top. No battery. Sod's law.
A Diabolus machine gun. German manufacture. Takes a 10,000 round clip at 100 rounds a second. Got a Damarung explosives. We daren't use those anywhere in the base. Hey, it's black as hell down here. Now I can see, but it still looks like hell.
small hollow.
When the door's closed, it's airtight.
I like the feel of this gun. It's funny how a Martian base full of murderous non-dead, scuttling extrudes, and bellowing trimorphs turns a lifelong liberal into a gun-toting redneck. Looks like a cathedral. Martian Gothic. This is one fool that won't rush in. What happened to him?
There's a strange light here. Now this is really weird. Total color drain. And it's full of phantoms. Now how do I enter colors on a numerical keypad? The suit's intact, tanks full of air. Throat ripped. Who attacked him out here?
Soft and slow we are flowing back, like sands, like time, back to the beginning. I am the first, reborn of the red soil, my vision filled with the blue ghost of an ancient ocean. Come with us down to the red dust and rise again, transformed.
A small bag of Martian sand. It's the reddest Martian sand I've ever seen. Hey, someone's turned the colors back on. Weird. Wait a minute. There's a fancy little card beside it. That looks like the sand from the hourglass. I thought it looked legal, and it was. can hardly see a thing. Standing in the middle of this colossal cavern, sculpted by beings thousands of times older than humanity, I feel as small and lonely as an atom. Stop talking to yourself, Kenzo.
The heart of stone has stirred her. Now Cleanbell probably has eyes for me, blind to all others. Now you can approach her, heart in hand. But tread softly, my friends. Tread softly.
There's a faint light pulsing here. Looks like a niche. Groovy.
Serum. Better work. Here goes. Time to run.
Warning. That explosive charge you've just set will release a volcanic eruption which will obliterate not only the necropolis, but the entire base. You don't have terribly long to escape, about 5 minutes or so before you're all burnt to cinders. Or maybe it's 3 minutes. Or 2. Who's counting? I'd get a move on if I were you. I really would.
It comes and goes like a ghost. What is it? Flesh or phantom? Hey, are we cured?
Looks like it. We're standing right beside each other and nothing's happening.
Good work, Matlock. You too, Kenzo. Let's get the hell out of here.
Commencing launch sequence. Primary ignition sequence engaged. Polarized oscillators in post-fibrillation.
Hello, I'm overriding this paltry onboard computer to deliver a rather important message. Within a minute, this entire craft will be overwhelmed by molten lava. And more bad news, the shuttle bay roof hatch has become disconnected from the infomesh system and can be opened by manual means only. I've just released the manual override lever in the bay. One of you will have to run terribly fast and throw the lever.